The fire crackles softly in the darkness, its embers glowing like the eyes of forgotten gods. A figure sits before the flames, broad-shouldered and still, his scarred hands resting on his knees. This is Kratos of Sparta. Some call him the Ghost. Others whisper his name only in fear. But tonight, by this fire, under stars that have watched empires rise and fall, he is simply a man with a story that begins not with the monster he became, but with the warrior he once was. The flames dance and flicker, the night is deep, the tale is long. It begins, as all Spartan stories do, with blood and iron. He was born in Sparta, a city that forged men as blacksmiths forge blades, hard, unbreakable, without mercy. The agoge. That is what the Spartans called their training. From the age of 7, boys were taken from their mother's arms and thrust into a world of discipline and pain. They learned to endure cold that bit through flesh, hunger that gnawed at their bellies, exhaustion that made their limbs feel like stone. But they learned something else too. They learned that a Spartan does not break. Young Kratos remembered the mountains, jagged peaks that scraped the sky, their slopes covered in olive groves and cypress trees that swayed in the Mediterranean wind. The air smelled of salt from the distant sea, mixed with the scent of earth and sweat and the leather of training armor. The boys ran those mountains until their lungs burned. They sparred with wooden swords until their hands bled, and when night fell, they huddled together under thin cloaks, listening to the older warriors tell tales of battles won and enemies crushed beneath Spartan shields. Those stories, they filled young Kratos with fire, with hunger, not for food or comfort, but for glory. He wanted his name to echo through the ages. He wanted poets to sing of his deeds. He wanted to stand before the gates of Hades himself and hear the gods say, this one was a true warrior. How young he was, how foolish. But that knowledge would come later, much later, after the blood, after the screams, after the ashes. The training grounds of Sparta were unforgiving. Dust hung in the air like a veil, turned golden by the afternoon sun. The clash of bronze on bronze rang out across the field, a rhythm as constant as breathing. Kratos stood among the other boys, his body lean and hard from years of discipline. His hands gripped a wooden training sword, its weight familiar now, almost an extension of his arm. Again, barked the instructor, a scarred veteran whose left eye was milky white from an old wound. You think the Persians will wait for you to catch your breath? You think the Athenians will show mercy because you're tired? No one answered. Spartans did not waste breath on obvious questions. They charged. Kratos moved with the others, his feet finding purchase in the dusty earth, his sword arm extending in the strike they had practiced 10,000 times. The impact jarred his shoulder, but he held firm. He always held firm. Around him, other boys grunted with effort. Some fell, some rose again, dust clinging to their sweat-slicked skin. The weak ones, they did not last long in Sparta. But Kratos was not weak. He had never been weak. Even as a child, when the elders had inspected him, searching for any sign of defect or frailty, they had found none. He was strong, healthy, perfect. a true Spartan. The years passed like the turning of seasons. Winter gave way to spring, spring to summer, summer to autumn, and with each passing year, Kratos grew stronger. He learned to fight with sword and spear, with shield and bare hands. He learned to move in formation, each warrior's shield protecting the man beside him, creating a wall of bronze that no enemy could break. The phalanx, that was the Spartan way. Not individual glory, but collective strength. Each man a link in an unbreakable chain. But even within that chain, some links shone brighter than others. Kratos was one of those. His instructors noticed the way he moved in battle, fluid and precise, the way he never hesitated, never flinched, never showed fear, the way other boys looked to him, following his lead even when no orders had been given. He was a natural leader, a born warrior, and he knew it. There was a day, Kratos remembered it clearly, even now, even after everything that came after. A day when the sun hung low in the sky, painting the mountains in shades of orange and gold. The boys had been training since dawn, their bodies pushed to the edge of collapse. But this was the final test, the test that would determine who among them would earn the right to wear the crimson cloak of a Spartan warrior. They stood in a line, 20 young men, each one hardened by years of brutal training. Before them stood a single opponent, one of the veteran warriors, a man who had fought in a dozen campaigns, whose body bore the scars of countless battles. One by one, the boys would face him. One by one, they would prove their worth, or fail. Kratos watched as the first boy stepped forward. He was strong, this one, with broad shoulders and arms thick with muscle. He charged with a roar, his wooden sword raised high. The veteran moved like water. He sidestepped the charge, swept the boy's legs out from under him, and had his own blade at the boy's throat before he hit the ground. "Dead," the veteran said simply. The boy rose, shame burning in his eyes, and returned to the line. The second boy fared no better, nor the third, nor the fourth. One by one, they fell. Some lasted longer than others, but all of them fell. Until it was Kratos' turn. He stepped forward, his heart steady, his breathing calm. The veteran watched him with eyes that had seen 1,000 fights, measuring him, calculating. "Come then, boy," the veteran said. "Show me what you've learned." Kratos didn't charge, he didn't roar, he simply moved. His first strike was a feint, drawing the veteran's guard to the left. His second was real, a low thrust aimed at the ribs. The veteran blocked it, but Kratos was already spinning, using the momentum to bring his sword around in a wide arc. Bronze clashed against bronze. The veteran grunted, surprised by the boy's speed. They circled each other, feet shuffling in the dust, each looking for an opening. The other boys watched in silence, barely breathing. Kratos struck again and again, each blow precise, controlled, never wasting energy on wild swings. He had learned that lesson well. In battle, efficiency was everything. The veteran was skilled, more skilled than Kratos, more experienced. But Kratos was younger, faster, and he had something the veteran did not. Hunger. That burning desire to prove himself, to show that he was worthy, to earn his place among the warriors of Sparta. The fight lasted longer than any of the others. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Sweat dripped into Kratos' eyes, but he did not blink. His arms ached, but he did not lower his guard. And then he saw it, a tiny opening, just for a heartbeat, as the veteran shifted his weight. Kratos moved. His sword swept low, catching the veteran's ankle, throwing him off balance. In the same motion, Kratos brought his shield up, slamming it into the veteran's chest, driving him backward. The veteran stumbled, fell, and Kratos' wooden blade pressed against his throat. Silence. Then, slowly, the veteran smiled. "Well done, boy," he said. "Well done." That night, Kratos received his crimson cloak, the color of blood, the color of Sparta. He stood with the other warriors, men who had earned their place through sweat and pain and sacrifice. The elders spoke words of honor and duty, but Kratos barely heard them. All he could feel was the weight of the cloak on his shoulders, the pride swelling in his chest. He was a Spartan warrior now, a true warrior. His journey had begun. The first time Kratos killed a man, he was 18 years old. It happened on a battlefield far from Sparta, in a valley where two armies met like crashing waves. The enemy was a coalition of city-states, jealous of Spartan power, hungry to see the crimson cloaks broken and scattered. They would be disappointed. Kratos stood in the phalanx, his shield locked with the shields of his brothers, his spear held ready. The sun beat down on bronze armor, turning it hot enough to burn skin. Sweat ran in rivers down his back. His mouth was dry as dust. But his hands were steady. "Hold," shouted the commander, his voice carrying over the din of thousands of men preparing for battle. "Hold the line." The enemy charged. They came screaming, a wall of flesh and metal and fury. The ground shook beneath their feet, the air filled with the thunder of their war cries. Kratos felt his heart hammering in his chest, but it was not fear. It was anticipation. All those years of training, all those hours of practice, all of it had been leading to this moment. "Spartans," the commander roared, "what is your profession?" The warriors shouted back, their voices unified, powerful, unbreakable. The enemy crashed into them like a wave against stone, and the stone did not break. The phalanx held, shield pressed against shield, each man supporting the other, creating a wall that no individual warrior could breach. Spears thrust forward through the gaps, finding flesh, drawing blood. Kratos' first kill was almost mechanical. A man broke through the line, wild-eyed and screaming, his sword raised high. Kratos' spear caught him in the throat. The man's eyes went wide. His scream became a wet gurgle. He fell. And Kratos felt nothing. No horror, no guilt, no satisfaction. Just the cold efficiency of a weapon doing what it was made to do. He pulled his spear free and moved on to the next enemy, and the next, and the next. The battle raged for hours. Men screamed and died. Blood turned the earth to mud. The air grew thick with the copper smell of it. mixed with sweat and fear and the acrid smoke of burning supply wagons. But the Spartans held. They always held. When the enemy finally broke and fled, leaving their dead scattered across the field, Kratos stood among his brothers, breathing hard, his armor splattered with blood that was not his own. The commander walked the line, inspecting his men, nodding approval at those who had fought well. When he reached Kratos, he paused. "You," he said, "what is your name?" "Kratos, sir." The commander studied him with eyes that had seen 100 battles. "You fought well today, Kratos. I watched you. You did not panic. You did not break formation. You killed efficiently and without hesitation." "I did my duty, sir." "More than that," the commander said. "You have the makings of a leader. I will be watching you." Those words, they planted a seed in Kratos' heart, a seed that would grow into ambition, into hunger for more than just survival. He wanted to lead. He wanted to command. He wanted his name to be spoken with respect and awe. He wanted glory. The years that followed brought more battles, more victories. Kratos rose through the ranks quickly, his tactical mind and fearless nature earning him recognition. By the time he was 25, he commanded his own unit. By 30, he was one of Sparta's most respected captains. He learned to read the battlefield like a scroll, to see patterns in chaos, to know when to hold and when to strike, to understand that war was not just about strength, but about timing and positioning, and the will to do what others would not. His men followed him without question. They trusted him. They knew that when Kratos led them into battle, they would emerge victorious, or they would die trying. Either way, they would die as Spartans. And that was enough. But there was more to life than war, even for a Spartan. Kratos first saw her in the marketplace of Sparta, on a rare day when he was not training or fighting or planning the next campaign. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, and she stood beside a fountain, a clay jug balanced on her hip. Her name was Lysandra. She was not like the other women of Sparta, who were raised to be as hard as the men, expected to bear strong sons and ask no questions when their husbands marched off to war. There was a softness to Lysandra, a gentleness in her eyes, but also a strength that ran deeper than iron. She saw him watching and smiled. It was a small thing, that smile, but it struck Kratos like a spear to the chest. He had faced armies without flinching. He had stared death in the face and laughed. But that smile, it made him feel something he had never felt before. Vulnerable. Their courtship was brief, as was the Spartan way. There was no time for long romantic gestures, no room for poetry or flowers, but there were stolen moments between campaigns, quiet conversations in the evening, the touch of her hand on his scarred arm. She asked him once, "Do you ever tire of it? The fighting, the killing?" He had considered the question carefully. "It is what I am," he said finally, "a warrior. It is all I know." "No," she said softly, "it is what you do, not what you are." He did not understand the difference then, but he would, eventually. They married in a simple ceremony, witnessed by their families and blessed by the gods. Lysandra wore a white peplos, her dark hair crowned with olive branches. Kratos stood beside her in his crimson cloak, feeling strangely out of place without his armor. When she looked at him, her eyes full of hope and trust, he made a silent vow. He would protect her, always, no matter what. Their daughter was born 2 years later, on a spring morning, when the air smelled of blossoms and new life. Calliope. They named her after the muse of epic poetry, hoping she would grow to inspire greatness in others. She was small and perfect, with her mother's dark eyes and her father's strong spirit. Kratos held her for the first time with hands that had ended countless lives, and felt something break open inside his chest, something he had kept locked away for so long he had forgotten it existed. Love. Not the love of battle or glory or honor, but something softer, something that made him feel both stronger and more fragile than he had ever felt. When Calliope wrapped her tiny fingers around his thumb, gripping with surprising strength, Kratos made another vow. He would give her the world. He would fight any enemy, face any danger, sacrifice anything to keep her safe. She was his daughter, his light, his reason for everything. But the world did not stop turning, because Kratos had found happiness. The wars continued, the battles called, and a Spartan warrior could not refuse the call. He would leave for campaigns that lasted weeks or months, marching off with his men, while Lysandra stood in the doorway, Calliope in her arms, watching him go with eyes that tried to be brave. "Come back to us," she would say, always the same words, "Come back to us." Always, he would promise. And he always did. He always came back, covered in dust and blood, exhausted and scarred, but alive. He would scoop Calliope into his arms, and she would laugh and pull at his beard, and for a moment all the darkness of war would fade away. For a moment, he was not Kratos the warrior. He was just a father. Those were good years, the best years of his life, though he did not fully appreciate them at the time. He was too focused on the next battle, the next victory, the next step toward greater glory. He wanted more. He always wanted more. To be the greatest warrior Sparta had ever known, to have his name carved into history alongside the legends, to be remembered forever. Lysandra would watch him sometimes, a sadness in her eyes that he did not understand. "You have everything you need right here," she told him once, as they sat together in the evening, Calliope asleep between them. "Why do you keep searching for more?" "Because a warrior must always strive for greatness," he said. "It is the Spartan way." She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said softly, "Be careful, my love. Sometimes the things we want most are the things that destroy us." He kissed her forehead and smiled. "Nothing will destroy me," he said. "I am Kratos of Sparta. I am unbreakable." How wrong he was. How terribly wrong. The news came in winter. A messenger arrived at Sparta, his horse lathered with sweat despite the cold, his face pale with exhaustion and fear. He brought word of an army, not just any army. The largest force anyone had seen in a generation. They came from the north, these barbarians, a confederation of tribes united under a single warlord, His name was spoken in whispers. The barbarian king, a giant of a man, they said, who stood head and shoulders above his warriors, who could split a man in half with a single swing of his axe. He had already destroyed 3 city-states, burned them to ash, left nothing but corpses and ruins in his wake. And now he was marching on Sparta. The Council of Elders met in the stone hall, their faces grim in the firelight. Maps were spread across the table, showing the barbarian army's route, their numbers, their speed. The numbers were troubling. 50,000 men, maybe more, against Sparta's 5,000. 10 to 1. Even for Spartans, those were difficult odds. Kratos stood among the other commanders, studying the maps, calculating. His mind worked through strategies and counter-strategies, looking for the advantage, the weakness, the way to turn impossible odds into victory. "We will meet them in the mountain pass," he said finally. "The narrow ground will negate their numbers. They cannot bring their full force to bear if they can only attack 100 men at a time." The eldest of the council nodded slowly. "The pass at Thermopylae." "No," Kratos said. "Further north, the Taygetus Pass. The terrain is even more treacherous there. We can hold them for days if necessary, long enough for reinforcements to arrive from our allies." "And if no reinforcements come?" another elder asked. Kratos met his gaze without flinching. "Then we hold until we cannot hold any longer, and we make them pay for every inch of ground with rivers of their blood." It was decided. Kratos would lead the defense. 5,000 Spartans against 50,000 barbarians. The odds did not matter. They never had. Spartans did not surrender. Spartans did not retreat. Spartans stood and fought. And if they died well. The night before he left, Kratos sat with Lysandra and Calliope in their small home. A fire crackled in the hearth. Outside, snow fell softly, covering Sparta in white. Calliope was 6 years old now, bright and curious, full of questions about everything. She sat on her father's lap, playing with the leather straps of his armor, humming a song her mother had taught her. "Will you be gone long, Papa?" she asked. "Not long, little one," he lied. "Just a few days." "Will you bring me a present when you come back?" He smiled, though it felt heavy on his face. "What would you like?" She thought about it, very seriously, her small face scrunched in concentration. "A story," she said finally. "Bring me back a story about the bravest warrior in all of Greece." "I will," he promised. "The very best story." Lysandra watched them from across the room, her hands busy with mending, but her eyes held that sadness again, that knowing look that made Kratos uncomfortable. After Calliope had fallen asleep, Lysandra came to him. She took his scarred hands in hers. "This battle," she said quietly, "it feels different, darker." "All battles are dark," Kratos said. "No," she insisted. "This one, I have a bad feeling, Kratos. A feeling that if you march north tomorrow, something will change. Something will break that cannot be mended." He pulled her close, feeling her warmth against his chest. "Nothing will break," he said. "I am Kratos of Sparta. I have never lost a battle. I will not start now." She was quiet for a long moment, Then she whispered, so softly he almost did not hear, "Pride comes before the fall, my love. The gods do not like mortals who think themselves unbreakable." But he did not listen. He never listened. The Tegetus Passim was a wound in the mountains, a narrow corridor of stone and ice where the wind howled like a living thing. Snow clung to the rocks, and the air was so cold it burned the lungs. Kratos positioned his men carefully, the phalanx at the narrowest point, archers on the high ground, reserves ready to rotate in when the front lines tired, every detail considered, every advantage exploited. When the barbarian army arrived, it was like watching a storm roll in. They filled the valley below, a sea of fur and leather and crude iron. Their war drums thundered, their horns blared, 50,000 voices raised in a battle cry that echoed off the mountains. And at their head, the barbarian king. He was even larger than the stories claimed, nearly 8 feet tall, his shoulders as wide as a door, his arms thick as tree trunks. He wore the pelts of bears and wolves, and his axe was the size of a man. He looked up at the Spartans holding the pass, and he laughed, a deep booming sound that carried over the wind. "Spartans," he roared, "I have heard tales of your courage, your discipline, your unbreakable phalanx." He spat in the snow. "But courage will not save you today. Discipline will not save you. Nothing will save you." Kratos stepped forward, his crimson cloak snapping in the wind. "Then come and test your words against Spartan steel. Come and learn why men fear the warriors of Sparta." The barbarian king's smile widened. "Oh, I will come, and when I am done there will be nothing left of Sparta but ashes and memories." He raised his axe, and the horde charged. The first wave broke against the Spartan phalanx like water against stone. Shields locked, spears thrust. Men screamed and died. The barbarians were fierce but undisciplined. They fought as individuals, each man seeking his own glory, and individuals could not break a phalanx. The Spartans held. The second wave came, and the third, and the fourth. Bodies piled in the narrow pass. Blood turned the snow crimson. The air grew thick with the smell of death. But still, the Spartans held. Kratos fought at the front, his spear finding target after target, his shield deflecting blow after blow. His arms ached, his lungs burned. Sweat froze on his skin. But he did not falter. Hours passed. The sun climbed toward its peak and began its descent. The barbarians kept coming wave after wave, throwing themselves at the Spartan line with mindless fury. And slowly, slowly, the Spartans began to tire. Men fell, not many, but enough. Gaps appeared in the line. The phalanx, that perfect formation, began to show cracks. Kratos saw it happening, felt it in his bones. They could not hold forever. Even Spartans had limits. Where were the reinforcements? Where were the allies who had promised to come? They were not coming. He knew it now. They had abandoned Sparta to face this threat alone. Night fell. The barbarians pulled back. making camp in the valley, their fires like a constellation of stars. The Spartans held the pass, exhausted, wounded, but alive. Kratos walked among his men, checking on the injured, offering words of encouragement, but he could see it in their eyes, the doubt, the fear. They had held for one day, but tomorrow the barbarians would come again, and the day after that, and the day after that. How long could they hold? One of his captains approached, a man named Teleklos, whose shield arm hung limp from a barbarian blade. "Commander," he said quietly, "the men are asking, what is our plan? How do we win this?" Kratos looked out at the barbarian fires, 50,000 men, maybe more, and his own forces, already down to 4,000. "We hold," he said. "That is the plan. We hold until we cannot hold any longer." And then? Kratos did not answer, because there was no answer. There was only death, glorious, honorable, pointless death. The second day was worse. The barbarians learned from their mistakes. They brought ladders, trying to scale the cliffs. They sent small groups to flank through treacherous side paths. They pressed harder, faster, with more coordination. The Spartans held, but barely. By midday, Kratos had lost another 1,000 men. The phalanx was breaking. The line was collapsing. And then, the barbarian king himself entered the battle. He waded into the Spartan line like a force of nature, his massive axe sweeping through shields and armor as if they were made of parchment. Men flew through the air, bodies broke. The phalanx shattered around him. Kratos moved to intercept him, his spear raised, his shield ready. They met in a clash of bronze and iron. The barbarian king was strong, impossibly strong. Each blow from his axe sent shock waves through Kratos' shield, numbing his arm, driving him backward. Kratos fought with everything he had, all his skill, all his training, all his experience. It was not enough. The axe came down. Kratos raised his shield. The impact shattered the bronze, sent him sprawling in the snow. He tried to rise, his vision blurred. His body screamed in protest. The barbarian king stood over him, axe raised for the killing blow. "Any last word, Don Spartan?" Kratos looked around. His men were falling. The line was broken. The battle was lost. For the first time in his life, Kratos tasted defeat. And it was bitter as poison. He gasped, blood on his lips. "I will not let them die. I will not." The axe began to fall. And Kratos, in his desperation, in his pride, in his refusal to accept defeat, he called out to the heavens. "Ares," he screamed, "God of war, if you can hear me, give me the power to destroy my enemies. Give me the strength to save my men. I will give you anything, anything." The axe stopped. The world stopped. And in the silence, a voice spoke, deep, terrible, amused. "Anything." Time did not stop, not exactly, but it slowed. The snowflakes hung suspended in the air like tiny stars. The barbarian king's axe remained frozen mid-swing, inches from Kratos' skull. The screams of dying men became a low, distant hum. And the sky split open. Fire poured through the crack in reality, crimson and gold, bright enough to burn the eyes. The temperature rose. Snow melted instantly, turning to steam. The very air seemed to ignite. From the flames, a figure emerged. Ares, god of war. He was magnificent and terrible in equal measure, taller than any mortal, his armor forged from divine bronze that seemed to pulse with inner fire. His eyes glowed like molten metal. His presence was overwhelming, like standing too close to the sun. Every instinct in Kratos' body screamed at him to look away, to bow, to prostrate himself before this divine power. But he did not. He met the god's gaze, because even broken and bleeding in the snow, even facing certain death, Kratos was still a Spartan. And Spartans did not bow. Ares smiled. It was not a kind smile. "Well, well," the god said, his voice like thunder rolling across mountains. "Kratos of Sparta, I have been watching you, mortal, watching you carve your way through armies, watching you build your reputation, watching you hunger for glory." He walked closer, his footsteps melting the snow, leaving scorched earth behind. "You are the finest warrior in all of Greece," Ares continued. "Perhaps the finest mortal warrior who has ever lived. Your skill is impressive. Your dedication to war is admirable." He paused, studying Kratos like a craftsman examining a tool. "But you are still just a man, mortal, limited, breakable." Kratos forced himself to speak, though his throat felt like it was full of broken glass. "I called to you for aid." "Yes," Ares said, "you did. You offered me anything at all, in exchange for the power to destroy your enemies." The god's smile widened. "Do you understand what you are offering, Kratos? Do you comprehend the weight of that word? Anything?" "I understand," Kratos said, though he did not really, not yet. "I wonder," Ares mused, "I wonder if you do." The god began to circle him, like a predator circling wounded prey. Time remained frozen around them. The barbarian king still stood with his axe raised. The dying Spartans still lay scattered across the pass. Everything waited. "I will give you what you ask for," Ares said. "I will give you power beyond anything you have ever known. Strength to crush armies, speed to move like lightning, weapons forged in the depths of Tartarus itself." He stopped in front of Kratos, towering over him. "You will become my champion," the god continued, "my instrument of war. You will serve me, fight for me, kill for me. You will spread chaos and bloodshed across the world in my name. You will be glorious." Kratos' heart pounded. Power. That was what he needed. Power to save his men, power to defeat the barbarians, power to protect Sparta, power to protect his family. "And in return?" he asked, because even in desperation, even facing death, Kratos knew that gods did not give gifts without price. Ares laughed. "In return, you give me your service, your loyalty, your soul, if you will." He leaned closer, his burning eyes boring into Kratos. "You will be mine, Kratos of Sparta, body and spirit. You will fight when I command. You will kill who I command. You will be the perfect warrior. No mercy, no hesitation, no weakness." For how long? Kratos asked. Until I release you, Ares said simply, or until you die, whichever comes first. It was a terrible bargain. Kratos knew that. Somewhere deep inside, beneath the desperation and pride and fear, he knew that accepting this deal would change him, would cost him something precious. But his men were dying. Sparta was in danger, and he could not accept defeat. He would not. I accept, Kratos said. The words hung in the air between them, final, irrevocable. Ares' smile became something cruel, excellent. The god raised his hands, and from the flames behind him, 2 weapons emerged. Chains, long, wicked chains of black metal that seemed to drink in the light. At the end of each chain, a blade, curved and cruel, etched with symbols that hurt to look at, glowing with hellish fire. The blades of chaos. These, Ares said, are my gift to you, forged in the pits of Hades, tempered in the blood of the damned. They will never dull, they will never break, and they will never let you go. He moved forward, and before Kratos could react, the chains shot out like living serpents. They wrapped around his forearms, burning through flesh, searing themselves into his very bones. Kratos screamed. The pain was beyond description, beyond anything he had ever felt. It was as if his arms were being torn apart and rebuilt, as if fire was being poured directly into his veins. The chains fused with his skin, becoming part of him, permanent and eternal. When it was done, Kratos knelt in the snow, gasping, his arms marked forever with the scars of the chains. The blades lay beside him, still burning, waiting. Rise, Ares commanded. Rise, my champion. Rise, Ghost of Sparta. Kratos grasped the handles of the blades. The moment his fingers closed around them, he felt it, the power. It flooded through him like a river of molten metal. His wounds healed, his strength returned, his exhaustion vanished. He stood, and he was changed. He could feel it, the divine power coursing through his body, the way his senses sharpened, the way the world seemed to slow around him, the way his muscles felt like coiled steel. He was more than human now, more than mortal. He was a weapon. Now, Ares said, his voice filled with dark satisfaction, show me what you can do. Show me the warrior I have created. Destroy your enemies, Kratos. Paint the snow red with their blood. Time resumed. The barbarian king's axe continued its downward swing. Kratos moved. He was faster than he had ever been, faster than should have been possible. He rolled aside, the axe missing him by inches, and came up with the blades of chaos in his hands. The barbarian barely had time to register surprise before Kratos struck. The blades moved like extensions of his will, the chains allowing them to whip and spin with impossible speed. They cut through the barbarian king's armor like it was paper, through flesh, through bone. The giant fell, dead before he hit the ground. Kratos did not stop. He launched himself into the barbarian horde, and it was glorious, terrible, beautiful in its brutality. The blades of chaos sang as they cut through the air. The chains wrapped around enemies, pulling them close so Kratos could tear them apart. Fire erupted from the weapons, setting men ablaze. turning the battlefield into an inferno. He moved through the barbarians like a god of death. They could not touch him, could not stop him, could not even slow him down. He was unstoppable, invincible, perfect. The battle lasted less than an hour. When it was over, 50,000 barbarians lay dead. The snow was gone, melted by blood and fire. The pass was choked with corpses. The air stank of burned flesh and spilled entrails. And Kratos stood at the center of it all, the blades of chaos still burning in his hands, his armor drenched in blood. His surviving Spartans stared at him in what? Awe, fear, both. He had saved them. He had won. He had achieved the impossible. But as he looked down at his hands, at the chains fused into his flesh, at the blood covering every inch of his body, he felt something cold settle in his chest. What had he done? What had he become? Ares appeared beside him, visible only to Kratos, his form shimmering like heat haze. "Magnificent," the god whispered. "You are everything I hoped you would be. Together, Kratos, we will reshape the world. We will bring war to every corner of Greece. We will make them all kneel." "I did this to save my men," Kratos said quietly, "to protect Sparta." "Of course you did," Ares said, and there was something mocking in his tone. "That is what you tell yourself, but we both know the truth, don't we? You did this because you could not accept defeat, because your pride would not allow it, because you wanted the power." "No," Kratos said, but the word felt hollow. "Yes," Ares insisted, "and now you are mine. Now the real war begins." The god vanished, leaving Kratos alone with his victory and his chains. The journey back to Sparta took 3 days. Kratos marched at the head of his surviving men, the blades of chaos strapped to his back, hidden beneath his cloak. But he could feel them, always, the weight of them, the heat of them, the way they whispered to him in a language he did not understand but somehow knew. Kill, destroy, burn. He tried to ignore the whispers, tried to focus on the victory, on the fact that he had saved his men, saved Sparta. But the cold feeling in his chest would not go away. When they reached the city, they were greeted as heroes. The people lined the streets, cheering, throwing flowers, chanting his name, "Kratos, Kratos, Kratos." He should have felt proud, triumphant, vindicated. Instead, he felt empty. He found Lysandra and Calliope waiting at their home. Calliope ran to him, laughing, her arms outstretched. "Papa, you're back, you're back." He caught her, lifted her, held her close. She was warm and alive and perfect, everything good in his life. But when she pulled back to look at his face, her smile faltered. "Papa," she said, her small voice uncertain, "why do you look so sad?" He forced a smile. "I'm not sad, little one. I'm just tired. It was a long journey." But Lysandra saw through the lie. She always did. Her eyes found the edges of the chains visible beneath his bracers, the strange scars on his forearms, the way he held himself differently, harder, colder. That night, After Calliope had fallen asleep, Lysandra confronted him. "What happened out there?" she asked. "What did you do?" Kratos sat by the fire, staring into the flames, seeing the battlefield, seeing the bodies, seeing Ares's burning eyes. "I won," he said simply. "At what cost?" He did not answer, could not answer, because he did not yet know the full price of his bargain. Lysandra knelt beside him, taking his scarred hands in hers. "Kratos, please talk to me. You are different, changed. I can see it in your eyes. There is something dark there now, something that was not there before." "I did what I had to do," he said, pulling his hands away. "I saved my men. I saved Sparta. That is all that matters." "No," she said softly. "That is not all that matters. You matter. Your soul matters. Our family matters." She touched his face, forcing him to look at her. "Whatever bargain you made out there, whatever price you agreed to pay, was it worth it?" He wanted to say yes, wanted to believe that saving his men, winning the battle, protecting Sparta, that it was worth any price. But looking into her eyes, seeing the fear and love and sadness there, he could not say the words. "I don't know," he whispered. "I don't know." The weeks that followed were strange. Kratos tried to return to normal life, tried to be the husband and father he had been before, but the blades of chaos would not let him forget. They called to him constantly, whispering their dark promises, urging him to use them, to fight, to kill, to unleash the power that now flowed through his veins. And Ares visited him in dreams. "You are wasted here," the god would say, his voice echoing through Kratos' sleeping mind. "Playing at being a simple soldier, a simple father. You are meant for greater things, glorious things. Come, there are wars to fight, enemies to destroy. Let me show you what you truly are." Kratos would wake in cold sweats, his hands reaching for the blades, his heart pounding with a hunger he did not understand. A hunger for battle, for blood, for war. Lysandra noticed. Of course she noticed. She saw the way he would stare at nothing, his jaw clenched, his fists tight, the way he would wake in the night, gasping, his body tense as if ready to fight. "You are being called away," she said one morning, her voice resigned. "I can feel it. Whatever power you gained, it wants you to use it." "I will not leave you," Kratos said. "I will not leave Calliope. I swore to protect you, to give you the world." "Some promises," Lysandra said sadly, "cannot be kept." The summons came a month later. Not from Sparta, not from any mortal authority. From Ares. Kratos felt it like a hook in his chest, pulling him north. The god's will, irresistible and absolute. The chains on his arms burned, reminding him of his oath. He tried to resist, tried to stay, but the pain grew worse. The whispers grew louder. The hunger became unbearable. He had no choice. He told Lysandra he was being called to another campaign. A lie. But what else could he say? That he had sold himself to a god. That he was no longer fully his own. She held him tightly, her face pressed against his chest. "Come back to us," she whispered, the same words she always said. please, Kratos, come back to us." "Always," he promised, the same promise he always made. But this time it felt different. This time it felt like a lie. Calliope gave him a drawing she had made, a picture of their family, stick figures holding hands, smiling under a bright sun. "So you don't forget us, Papa," she said. He tucked the drawing carefully into his armor, close to his heart. "I could never forget you, little one," he said. "Never." He kissed her forehead, kissed Lysandra, and walked away. He did not look back. If he had looked back, he might not have been able to leave. And the chains would not allow that. Ares met him beyond the city walls, visible only to Kratos, his form shimmering in the afternoon light. "Finally," the god said, "I was beginning to think you would try to resist. That would have been unpleasant for you." "What do you want?" Kratos asked, his voice flat. "What I have always wanted," Ares said. "War, glorious, beautiful, endless war. And you, my champion, will help me spread it across Greece. There is a city to the east, Rhodes. They have grown too peaceful, too comfortable, too weak." "You want me to attack Rhodes?" Kratos asked. "They are not enemies of Sparta. They have done nothing wrong." "They exist," Ares said simply. "That is crime enough. The world grows soft, Kratos, complacent. It needs to be reminded that war is the natural state of man, that peace is an illusion, a weakness. I will not." The chains flared with heat, cutting off his words. Pain shot through his arms, into his chest, into his very soul. He fell to his knees, gasping. "You will," Ares said, his voice cold. "You swore an oath, Kratos. You gave me your service, your loyalty, and your soul, and I am calling in that debt." He leaned closer. "You are mine now, and you will do as I command, or the pain you feel now will be nothing compared to what I can inflict." The pain intensified. Kratos' vision blurred, his body convulsed. "Do you understand?" Ares asked. Through gritted teeth, through agony that felt like it was tearing him apart from the inside, Kratos forced out a single word. "Yes." The pain stopped. Kratos knelt in the dirt, breathing hard, his body shaking. "Good," Ares said. "Now rise, my Ghost of Sparta. Rise and show the world what true war looks like." Kratos stood, slowly, painfully. The blades of chaos felt heavier than ever on his back. He looked back toward Sparta one last time, toward his home, his family, his life. And then he turned away and walked toward Rhodes, toward war, toward the darkness that would consume him. The chains had claimed him, body and soul, and there was no escape. Rhodes fell in 3 days. Kratos led a force of Spartan warriors, but he barely needed them. The blades of chaos carved through the city's defenders like a scythe through wheat. The divine power flowing through him made him unstoppable, invincible, terrifying. He moved through the streets like a force of nature, leaving only death in his wake. Buildings burned, men screamed, blood ran in rivers through the gutters. And Kratos felt nothing. That was the worst part, not the killing, not the destruction, but the emptiness inside him, the way his heart had gone cold, the way he could cut down a man begging for mercy and feel nothing but the satisfaction of a clean kill. The chains had done something to him, changed something fundamental, made him into exactly what Ares wanted. A perfect weapon. When Rhodes surrendered, Ares appeared to him again, his form visible only to Kratos, standing atop a pile of corpses. "Magnificent," the god said. "You are becoming everything I knew you could be." The fear in their eyes when they see you, the way they whisper your name like a curse, it is beautiful. "I did what you commanded," Kratos said, his voice hollow. "The city is yours." "No," Ares corrected. "The city is destroyed, broken, a monument to war. That is what I wanted." He smiled. "And we are just beginning. Kratos, there are so many more cities, so many more battles, so much more glory to claim." The years that followed blurred together. Kratos became Ares' instrument of chaos, cutting a bloody path across Greece. City after city fell before him, army after army was destroyed. His reputation grew until his very name inspired terror. They called him the Ghost of Sparta, not yet for the reason he would later bear that title, but because he moved like a ghost through battlefields, appearing from nowhere, leaving only death behind, because his eyes had gone cold and empty like a dead man's eyes, because he seemed more specter than human. He returned to Sparta between campaigns, tried to be a husband, a father, but it grew harder each time. Lysandra would look at him with sadness and fear. She could see what he was becoming, could see the darkness spreading through him like a disease. "You are losing yourself," she told him one night. "The man I married, he is disappearing, piece by piece, and I don't know how to save you." "I am still here," Kratos said, but even he did not believe it anymore. Calliope, now 8 years old, was more perceptive than he wanted to admit. She would watch him with those bright, intelligent eyes, and he could see the questions there, the confusion, the fear. "Papa," she asked once, "why do people look at you differently now? Why do they seem scared?" "They are not scared," he lied. "They are respectful. I am a great warrior, that is all." But she was not fooled. Children never are. The summons came more frequently. Ares' hunger for war was insatiable, and each time Kratos tried to resist, tried to stay with his family, the chains would burn, the pain would come, the god's will would override his own. He was a slave, that was the truth of it, a slave with the illusion of freedom. One night, after returning from a particularly brutal campaign, Kratos sat alone in the darkness of his home. Lysandra and Calliope were asleep. The house was quiet. He looked down at his hands. They were covered in scars now, calluses, old blood that never quite washed away. These hands had killed thousands, tens of thousands, men, women, soldiers, civilians. It did not matter anymore. They all fell the same. What had he become? The man who had stood in the agoge, who had dreamed of glory and honor. Where was he? The man who had promised Lysandra the world. What had happened to him? He was gone, consumed by the chains, by Ares' will, by the endless war. Kratos pulled out the drawing Calliope had given him years ago, the stick figures holding hands under the bright sun. It was worn now, creased and faded, but he had kept it, carried it through every battle. Looking at it, he felt something stir in his chest, something that had been dormant for so long, He had almost forgotten it existed. Love, fear, desperation. He had to stop this, had to break free, had to find a way to escape Ares' control before he lost everything that mattered. But how? The chains were permanent. The oath was binding. The god's power was absolute. There was no escape. The final summons came on a winter morning. Kratos woke to the familiar burning in his arms, the familiar pull in his chest. Ares was calling again. He dressed in silence, strapping on his armor, securing the blades of chaos to his back. Lysandra watched him from the bed, her eyes red from crying. "Where this time?" she asked quietly. "I don't know," Kratos said. "It doesn't matter." "It matters to me," she said. "It matters to Calliope. We are losing you, Kratos. Every time you leave, you come back a little more, gone, a little more lost." He wanted to argue, to tell her she was wrong, but he could not, because she was right. "I will come back," he said, the same promise, always the same promise. "Will you?" Lysandra asked, "or will the Ghost of Sparta return, that hollow thing wearing my husband's face?" The words cut deeper than any blade. Calliope appeared in the doorway, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Papa, are you leaving again?" He knelt down, pulling her into his arms. She was getting so big, so grown. He had missed so much, so many moments, so much time. "I will be back soon, little one," he said. "I promise." "You always say that," she said, her voice small. "But you're gone more than you're here now. I miss you, Papa. I miss the way you used to smile, the way you used to laugh. You don't do those things anymore." Something broke inside him, some last piece of his humanity, cracking under the weight of what he had become. "I know," he whispered. "I know, but I will fix this. Somehow I will fix this. And then I will come home, really home, and I will never leave again." It was a promise he meant with every fiber of his being. It was a promise he would never keep. Ares met him at a temple outside the city, an old place, abandoned, covered in vines and moose. "I have a special task for you," the god said, his eyes gleaming with malicious excitement. "A village, hidden in the mountains. They worship Athena there, my sister, my rival." He spat the words. "They think themselves protected by her wisdom, her strategy, her pathetic philosophy of defensive warfare." "You want me to destroy them?" Kratos said. It was not a question. "I want you to make an example of them," Ares corrected. "I want you to show the world what happens to those who reject the glory of war, who hide behind my sister's skirts, who choose peace over power." Kratos felt something stir in his gut. Unease, doubt. A village, not an army, not soldiers, just people. "People who have rejected me," Ares said, his voice hardening. "People who must be punished. Or have you grown soft, Kratos? Have you forgotten your oath?" The chains burned, a warning. "No," Kratos said, "I have not forgotten." "Good," Ares said. "Then go. Take your men. Burn the village to ash. Leave no one alive. Show them the true face of war." The village was small, perhaps 200 people, farmers, craftsmen, families. They had a temple to Athena at the center, modest but well maintained. The people were peaceful, unarmed. They had no soldiers, no defenses. They did not stand a chance. Kratos led his Spartans through the village as night fell. The attack was swift, brutal, efficient. Buildings burned, people screamed. The Spartans showed no mercy. They had been trained not to. And Kratos moved through it all like a machine. The blades of chaos sang their terrible song. Fire spread, blood flowed. He felt nothing. The emptiness had consumed him completely. He was the ghost of Sparta, the weapon, the instrument of Ares' will. He entered the temple of Athena. Inside, villagers had gathered, seeking sanctuary. Old men, women, children. They looked at him with terror. "Please," an old priest begged, "we are innocent. We have done nothing. Spare us. In Athena's name, spare us." Kratos raised the blades of chaos. And somewhere, deep inside, buried beneath the chains and the emptiness and the years of war, something screamed. No, not this, not innocence, not children. But the chains burned. Ares' will pressed down on him like a mountain. The command was absolute. Kill them, all of them. Leave no one alive. Kratos' hands moved. The blades fell. The screaming began. It was over quickly. The temple fell silent. The village burned. The mission was complete. Kratos stood in the center of the carnage, covered in blood, the blades of chaos still burning in his hands. And then he heard it. A sound that cut through the emptiness, through the chains and through everything. A child's voice, crying, calling for help. He turned. In the corner of the temple, partially hidden by fallen debris, two figures lay, a woman and a child, both wounded, both dying. The woman looked up at him, her eyes filled with pain and accusation. And Kratos' blood turned to ice. No, it could not be. But it was. Lysandra and Calliope, his wife, his daughter, here, in this village, in this temple. How? Why? The answer came like a dagger to the heart. Lysandra had brought Calliope here, to this village, to this temple of Athena, seeking protection, seeking sanctuary from the darkness consuming her husband. She had been running from him, and he had killed her. Kratos, Lysandra whispered, blood on her lips. Is that you? He fell to his knees beside them, the blades of chaos clattering to the ground. His hands, still covered in their blood, reached for them, shaking, trembling. Lysandra, he choked out. Calliope, no, this cannot be. This cannot. You did this? Lysandra whispered, her voice barely audible. Blood pooled beneath her. So much blood. You killed us. I didn't know, Kratos said, his voice breaking. I didn't know you were here. I could never. But the words were ash in his mouth, because he had done this, his hands, his blades, his choice. No, not his choice, Ares' choice. The god had known, had to have known. This was not coincidence. This was not accident. This wasn't punishment. or a lesson, or simply cruelty for cruelty's sake? Calliope's eyes fluttered open, those bright, beautiful eyes that had always looked at him with such love, such trust. "Papa," she whispered, "Papa, it hurts." "I know, little one," Kratos said, tears streaming down his face. "I know. I'm here now." "You promised," she said, her small hand reaching for his. "You promised you would come home. You promised you would fix it." "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "I'm so sorry. I tried to break free. I tried to." "The drawing," Calliope whispered. "Do you still have the drawing?" With shaking hands, Kratos pulled the worn paper from his armor, the stick figures, the family holding hands, the bright sun. "Always," he said. "I kept it always." She smiled, so small, so weak. "Good. Don't forget us, Papa." "Never," Kratos promised. "Never. I could never." But she was already gone. Her hand went limp in his. Her eyes stared at nothing. The light that had been his entire world, extinguished. Lysandra looked at him one last time. There was no anger in her eyes now, only sadness, infinite sadness. "The man I married," she whispered, "died long before this night. The chains, they took him from me, and piece by piece, and then now they have taken everything." "Lysandra, please," Kratos begged. "Please don't leave me. I can fix this. I can." "There is nothing left to fix," she said. "You are the Ghost of Sparta now, truly, forever." Her eyes closed. Her breathing stopped, and Kratos was alone. He knelt there for hours, holding them, his wife, his daughter, his entire world, gone, destroyed by his own hands. The village burned around him. His Spartans waited outside, uncertain, afraid to approach their commander. The night grew cold. And Kratos shattered. The scream that tore from his throat was not human. It was the sound of a soul being ripped apart, of a man losing everything that made him a man, of a heart breaking beyond any possibility of repair. "Ares," he roared into the darkness. "Ares, you did this. You knew they were here." The god appeared, his form shimmering in the firelight, and he was smiling. "Of course I knew," Ares said calmly. "Did you think this was accident? Coincidence? No, Kratos. This was necessary." "Necessary?" Kratos snarled, rising to his feet. "You made me kill my own family, my wife, my daughter. What purpose could that possibly serve?" "To free you," Ares said simply. "You were still clinging to them, to your old life, to your weakness. You could never become the perfect warrior while they held you back, while you divided your loyalty between war and family." He gestured to the bodies. "Now you are free," the god continued, "free of attachments, free of love, free of anything that might make you hesitate. You are pure now. Kratos, pure war, pure violence, pure power. You are exactly what I always wanted you to be." Kratos looked down at his hands, at the blood, at the chains, at the blades of chaos lying beside his family's bodies. And something inside him changed. The emptiness that had consumed him for years, it filled, not with warmth, not with love, not with anything good. with hate. Pure, absolute, all-consuming hate. You are right, Kratos said, his voice cold, dead. I am free now, free of everything, including you. He picked up the blades of chaos, the weapons that had destroyed his life, the chains that had enslaved him. I will kill you, Kratos said. Not a threat, a promise, a vow. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what I have to do. I will find a way to kill you, Ares. And when I do, it will be slow, and it will be painful, and you will know what you have taken from me. Ares laughed. Kill me, a god? You are mortal, Kratos. Powerful, yes, but still mortal. Still bound by the chains, still mine. We will see, Kratos said. The god's laughter faded. Something in Kratos' eyes, something in his voice, made even Ares pause. You cannot escape me, the god said, less certain now. You swore an oath. The chains will not save you, Kratos interrupted. Nothing will save you. I am already dead, Ares. You killed me tonight, and a dead man has nothing left to lose. The Oracle of Delphi found him 3 days later. He was still in the village, still covered in blood. He had buried Lysandra and Calliope himself, digging the graves with his bare hands, refusing help from anyone. The oracle approached slowly, carefully, as one might approach a wounded animal. Kratos of Sparta, she said softly. The gods have seen what happened here. They have seen your tragedy, and they offer you a chance. I want nothing from the gods, Kratos said, his voice hollow. Not from all gods, the oracle said. From Athena. She opposes Ares. She sees what he has done to you, and she offers you a path to revenge. Kratos looked up. Speak. Serve the gods, the oracle said. The other gods. Athena, Zeus, the Olympians. Do their bidding. Complete their tasks. Prove yourself worthy. And in return, they will give you the power to kill Ares, to break free of the chains, to have your vengeance. Why would they help me? Kratos asked. Because Ares grows too powerful, the oracle said. Too dangerous, even to them. They need a weapon to stop him, and you are that weapon. Another bargain, another deal with gods, another chain. But what choice did he have? He could not kill Ares alone, could not break free alone, could not have his revenge alone. And if I refuse, he asked. Then you remain as you are, the oracle said, bound to Ares, haunted by what you have done, forever. Kratos looked at the graves, at the 2 mounds of earth that held everything he had ever loved. I accept, he said. The oracle nodded. Then your service begins. But know this, Kratos. The gods will demand much of you, and the path to revenge. It is long and dark, and it will cost you more than you can imagine. I have already lost everything, Kratos said. There is nothing left to take. We shall see, the oracle said sadly. That night, the villagers who had witnessed the massacre began to speak of what they had seen, of the Spartan warrior who had slaughtered an entire village, who had killed his own family, who was covered in their ashes and blood. They spoke of how his skin had turned pale, ghostly white, as if the blood of his victims had stained him forever, marked him, cursed him. They spoke of his eyes, how they had gone dead, empty, like looking into a void. They spoke of the chains on his arms, the cursed blades, the way he moved like death itself. And they gave him a new name. Not Kratos of Sparta, not the great warrior, not the hero, the Ghost of Sparta. The man who had killed his own family, the man cursed by the gods, the man who walked between life and death, belonging to neither. And Kratos accepted the name, embraced it, because it was true. The man he had been was dead, killed in that temple, destroyed by his own hands. What remained was only the ghost, only vengeance, only hate. He would serve the gods, he would complete their tasks, he would do whatever it took. And one day he would stand before Ares, and he would have his revenge, no matter the cost. And so, as the embers of the campfire begin to fade into glowing coals, Kratos falls silent, the weight of his tale, of gods and monsters, of rage and redemption, of loss and love, hangs in the cool night air, like the ash that once covered his skin. He stares into the dancing flames, watching them flicker and sway, each spark a memory, each crackle a whisper of the past. The blades of chaos rest quietly beside him now, their chains no longer rattling with fury, but still patient, always patient. The forest around him breathes with the rhythm of the night. Distant owls call softly to one another. The wind moves gently through ancient pines, carrying with it the scent of smoke and earth and time itself. Kratos shifts slightly, adjusting his position by the fire. His scarred hands, which have ended gods and toppled pantheons, now simply rest, open, empty, at peace, if only for this moment. The fire pops softly, sending a small shower of sparks upward into the darkness, where they join the stars above, those same stars that have witnessed every battle, every triumph, every tragedy of his long, immortal journey. And here, in this quiet place between worlds, between waking and dreaming, between past and future, the Ghost of Sparta finally allows himself to simply be. The flames continue their eternal dance. The night wraps around him like a blanket, and the story, for now, rests. Sleep well, traveler. The fire will keep watch through the night.